Alright. Give me a second. Get the stream up and right. It's a little loud. It's hard to tell. Well, I'd say hello. Hello, Dylan. Yes. Okay. Welcome to Coffee Talk. We've got two sets of tea, plenty to drink. How's my day going? It's going good so far, all things considered. I woke up majorly overheated, but what else is new? Summer, am I right? Well, spring anyway. Let's go ahead and start off, and I'm the barista, so I'm the barista. Yeah, Ninja's correct. Just chilling. That's what I like to hear. I'm just chilling and having a good day. That's what we're here for. Ooh, welcome to Coffee Talk. Achievement. Seattle, 2020. Oh, how's the sound balance, by the way? Do I sound a decent volume over the music? Is the music too quiet, too loud? It's good. Okay. That's good. Okay. Seattle, 2020. A city filled with dreams and madness. A time when the great war between races is but a footnote in history. A time when anyone can dream of being whatever they want to be. Hey! Sage! Thanks for coming. And have those dreams crushed before they can even be discussed. But still, it is a place and time where anything can happen. It is when the elves have left the forest to build their startups. I'm trying to decide whether I think that the chat is in a good spot or if I should, like, move it slightly. Because I think it's... Actually, no, I think it's good, because I think it's right above, like, the text box, basically. I just don't want it to be having text on text, if I can help it. Okay. It is when the elves have left the forest to build their startups, when the dwarves have emerged from their caves to start their automotive empires. when the orcs have put down their axes and started using computers to improve their lives. And when humans live among them, as driven as ever. It is a city that holds the many dreams and stories of its people. Most of these stories are left untold. But some few find solace in the embrace of bricks and wood and glass. They are told over drinks, and then take up residence in some stranger's memories. In one corner of the city stands a coffee shop. Okay, this guy's got the pointed ears. For a brief moment, and then that's an orc. Okay. For the briefest of moments, I thought it was literally just all humans, the whole street, except for the one cat in the middle. A place that is only open when the sun is sleeping. A place where people share their stories. And these are their stories. Alright, I have to pick a Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. And I'm gonna keep a day counter. Keep my general gauge of what day I'm on. Now I have to pick a good voice for her, because I know she's probably the most frequent character. Welcome! Oh, it's you. Hey Ninja, how's the night so far? Yeah. I'm just... Hey Ninja, how's the night so far? Decent. It's calm, as usual. We've got a slight problem, though. Huh? What happened? My supplier made some logistical errors. I don't have half of my ingredients today. Man, that's a bummer. Don't worry. I can still serve the caffeine you desperately need. That's good to hear. Anyway, let me set things up first. You're our first customer, after all. Don't worry, take your time. I'm a writer, not an editor. So I'm used to taking things slow. Writer's block again? You got that right. Hang on, let me check out my... So I can actually change the in-game music. Silent Rains makes sense with the rain in the background. He's an Epi? Wait, why'd you mention Epi? Was one of the, like, artists or song names... Brewpad. Okay, it's got the recipes that I get to start out knowing. Caffeine boost dominated by milk. Italian delight. Blacker than a moonless night, hotter, more bitter than hell itself. Whew. No tea recipes. Green tea recipes, we got the green tea latte. Sweet and savory. Hint of bitterness for its heart. I'll be the judge of that. He likes coffee, drinks a ton of it. Yeah, Freya is just Epi. Dark chocolate. Okay, so that's just recipes. This is people and their profiles. Freya, born the 29th of January, writer for the Evening Whispers, mundane things, art, life in general. Okay. Georgie, police officer, literally just born June 1st. And Gala, or Gala, it's just birthday for now. Speaking of the Evening Whispers, your free trial will start tomorrow. Active subscription to our fiction plan. Praise epitaph. Yeah. Alright. Enough messing around with the phone, though. Let's get back to the actual game. What are you writing now? Do you remember my plan to... Ah. Pardon the interruption. The machine is ready. Do you want your triple shot espresso? Now? Yes, please. And if you forget how to make it, just check your phone, okay? Anyway, I really need that triple shot espresso. Coffee, coffee, coffee. One cup of triple shot espresso. Special for my only customer tonight. That aroma. Ah, exactly what I need. Anyway, where were we? Your plan to do something? Yes, that. It's not that I hate writing stories for the newspaper, you know. But it seems like the right time for something bigger. So, a novel? Yes. It sounded so simple when I was making the plan. At least you still have your job. In case things go awry. Did I say something wrong? No, you were right. You said something, and I should have thought about it myself. What are you talking about? You know who owns the Evening Whispers? GRA Media, right? Yes. And they are also the biggest book publisher, the biggest book publisher in the country. So when an opportunity presents itself, I took it. What do you mean by opportunity? Well, I bumped into one of the big guys in the elevator. So I naturally pitched my book idea. I'm thinking it's either a short book idea, a long elevator, or as I proposed during Sage's stream from 2 weeks ago, she just got trapped in the elevator with the bigwig. Oops! Suddenly, it seems like the elevator's broken down and we're just between floors. Guess we've got nothing but an hour to kill till somebody gets the elevator up and running again. In the meanwhile, here's my book pitch. Come on, don't look at me like that. Are you for real? Yeah, I know. Such a... Such a silly thing to do. So how did they react? Thankfully, he'd seen my short stories. So he challenged me. If I can get a draft ready in a month, he'll pull some strings and get the fiction publishing division to sign me up for a publishing deal. That sounds great! What about your job at the Evening Whispers? Do you have time to do both? That's the hard part. I've been secretly working on the novel during office hours, and I'm falling behind on newspaper deadlines. If the chief finds out, she'll probably kick me out. Ouch. Well, at least you've got a month to finish the initial draft. That was last week. Well, at least you've got 3 weeks to finish the initial draft. Again, don't look at me like that. How far along are you? I assume the number of words you have written is not too far from 0. Hey, that's rude. I've written some stuff, you know. May I see it? Well... It was so bad that, well, after reading it, I decided to just delete everything immediately. So, 0. Yeah. I really need to finish it in, at most, 2 weeks. Then I'll use the extra week to polish and do some editing. Sounds like a plan. If you can pull it off. I know. You don't need to be so cynical about it. That's why I'm here today. I'm hoping to find some inspiration. I wrote some of my best short stories here, you know. Really? Glad this place could be of service. Oh, it looks like someone's coming. Welcome. Hi there. Was that... Hang on. Did I just read Ah. I think I just read... Demon Girl! I think I just read Freya's line with a different voice because of... Hello. Good evening. For here, miss? Yes, please. I'm not really sure what to order, though. Do you recommend? What do you recommend? That depends highly on your mood. I'm just here to meet my boyfriend. I'm not planning to be awake all night. So definitely no coffee. How about something chocolatey? It's perfect for this weather. That's a good idea, actually. Thank you. You're welcome. Anything with chocolate in it, please. Let's do chocolate cocoa powder as the base. And then we'll do, let's double up on milk. Chocolate latte. Say again? Yeah, sorry. I can do a latte art. Now, Sage made this look very hard, and I already think this looks generally very hard, so here we go! Eh. It's not bad. For a first attempt. If there's cat girls, I'm set though. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. There may be cat girls in this game. Though I think the one that we see, I don't know how this game goes as we get to the later days. I've only seen half watching like the first half of the game. But I want to say she's underage though. Like she's like 16 or something, 16, 17. One shot, one chalk of cuply goodness. Yep. 1 cup of chocolatey goodness. Thank you. Oh. What's going on here? Why'd that get the little ping? Did she change her photo? So warm. So warm. So, you're waiting for your boyfriend? Yes, he should be here soon. Look at you now. You went from empty to 3 customers in one night. I thought this place would be more crowded, considering it's the only coffee shop that's still open after midnight around here. Because it's the only coffee shop that's still open past midnight, it's mostly empty. Now that you mention it, is it good for business having the coffee shop only open at night? Definitely not. Yep, what she said. Then why? I just love doing it. And there's always someone longing for a warm drink at this hour. That's fascinating. Pardon for me asking, but how can you survive running the coffee shop like this? That's a secret. Ninja here is rich. That's the secret. Oh, really? She's exaggerating. Don't worry about it. Ninja can manage. I'm sure this place isn't going bankrupt anytime soon. Mafia connections. Look, when I was trying to get a coffee shop and I confronted the owner of this place, I gave him an offer that he couldn't refuse. Funded by the Italian Mafia. So you'll still have a weird, quiet place to meet up at night. Honestly, if I was like super rich, I could see myself doing this. Just opening up a coffee place that's just open in the middle of the night for just people to just go and chill. That's a little bit potentially safer than the Waffle House. the 24-hour Waffle House of madness. That's good to hear. By the way, are you a regular here? I don't really have anywhere else to go. I'm a writer who works best at night, and in a coffee shop. Not so many options for that. No wonder. She's a pretty good writer, you know. You can find some of her stories in the Evening Whispers. Ah! Wow. That's really interesting. Waffle House is an active war zone. Yeah, it can be. What kind of things do you cover? I cover the stories of people around town. Personal, interesting, weird stories. I also contribute to their short stories. I love their fiction. You wrote those stories? Thank you! I wrote most of them, but not all. That's so cool. Then, are you here to write a new piece? I should be. But I don't even know what to write about. Welcome. What's a good voice for this elf boy? Hi. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay. I had a nice chat with the fine folks here. Hi there. Hello. Hi, would you like to order something? Surprise me. What kind of order is that? Well, I don't really want to order. Do you have any preferences, sir? something bitter to keep me awake with milk. Oh, and draw some latte art on top. Bitter with milk. Honestly, I could just give him the same chocolate latte. Yeah, here, have the same drink as, well, actually... Do I know what double chocolate and, one milk does? No, but I have a way to find out. That's a good bit of bitter. Milk chocolate. You know what? We'll give you this essentially same thing. Maybe I can do this a little bit better. Or a little worse. Let me try that again. Reset. This is what I get. Should have gone with it the first time. Eh. This is what I get for trying to fix it. Here's your order. This won't help me stay awake. Look. Okay, I didn't give you coffee, so that's fair. But you specifically said bitter, and that I gave you real bitter. Not quite coffee bitter, but... But at least it's got milk. Anyway, I was distracted by some work. Plus there's the rain. Okay. It's okay, Baileys. I was having a nice chat with them. I feel like I almost made their voices a little too similar. Could change one of them up. Customers get what they ask for. Yeah. Oh yeah? I haven't properly introduced myself. I'm Baileys. Pleased to meet you, Baileys. Friends only, close friends only. Oh my, where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself either. My name is Lua. Hi, I'm Freya. Nice to meet both of you. I'm Ninja.
Hey, did you know that Freya here is a writer for the Evening Whispers? Oh, really? I've done some work for them. Few times.
Oh, what kind of work?
I'm a freelance designer and illustrator. I've done some caricatures and infographics for the paper.
I assume you were in contact with Steve?
Yep. He's a nice guy to work with.
Oh, really?
No, he isn't. But I've dealt with worse clients. Way worse.
Yeah. I'm glad he's in the design and visual department. I wouldn't be able to stand working with him directly.
Come on. He's tough to deal with, but definitely not the worst.
Oh, of course. No matter how deep you go, there's always another layer of hell. How do you usually deal with bad customers here? The only bad customers this late at night are lost drunks or criminals.
That sounds really bad.
Nah, they're easy to handle. That's because you're good with your fists. Not as good as your coffee making skills, though. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. You're welcome. Anyway, I really need to start writing. Whatever it is that I'm going to write. So I'll leave you two in the hands of our friendly neighborhood barista.
Where are you going? Or what are you going to write?
Where are you going? Oh, where are you going to write? Okay. Oh, not far. Just over at that table in the corner. Next to the windows. That's my spot.
Oh, okay. Have fun.
I'll try.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Should we move to other seats? Two?
Wait. I wasn't looking where my mouse was clicking, I just clicked something up there. Hope I unclicked it.
Nah, here's good. Okay then. So how was your day? It was fine. Work was nothing special. I finished my proposal early so I could get out of the office. Plus my boss was in a really good mood all day. I thought your boss was always a happy-go-lucky person. Well, he is. But today he was happier than usual. I'm not sure what happened, but it was great seeing him smile so much. What about you? Any problems with your latest client? Yeah, this one is a pain. You know those memes depicting terrible clients? Well, she fits all the bills. I could go on forever complaining about her, but that won't help me a bit. You should make a meme about her. And lose my current project for a minute of laughter. That might be worth it. You should ask Ninja here about how to deal with annoying clients. Oh yeah! How do you deal with annoying customers? The ones you don't need your fists to take care of. I do have my own methods. But it wouldn't be wise to talk about customers to other customers. Now that's one good lesson to learn for the day. Your parents? Yes. So you've talked to them? I did. It didn't end well? No. What did they say? A lot. They won't give us a chance at all? Anyone but an elf. That's what they said.
Okay. I had to take a moment. My feedback. The mafia, the barista definitely has mafia ties. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I can feel that. I had to take a moment to double check that the stream didn't break because my preview that I'm reading chat from, the session timer and the view count just completely blanked out for a few seconds there. That's your headcanon? That's a fair headcanon.
That's what they said. How about you? More or less the same. I got into a fight with my old man. That's why I'm staying at Farron's place now. They kicked you out? You don't have to do this, you know. They're your family. I can't stand even one more second being a part of them. I might not have a stable income, but I can manage. But still, you don't know what they said about you last night. I'm sorry. What did they say about me? Or about my race, I assume. Forget it. I want to know. Just the same old... mumbling about how elves are holy creatures, about our immortality, about how even if I outlive you... What? Nothing. About how if you outlive me, no other elves would want to be with an elf that's already been tainted by a lowly succubus. That's exactly what they said. So, this is it then. The end of our relationship. It doesn't have to be. You know our families will never agree. We can just continue like this. What do you mean? They don't need to know that we're still dating. We can just continue the way we've always been, without them knowing. And then what? Do you want me to be hiding our relationship for the rest of eternity? We're not like humans, you know. We can't just elope. And you won't get permission because you're too old. Lua, I don't care about their permission. I'll be glad to sever my family ties if I have to. I can't let you do that. You'll lose your immortality. If I get to spend my life with you, I don't mind. I don't mind a bit. You're making this hard for both of us. Do you feel happy when you're with me? Of course I do. Then you don't need any more reasons. You know we're perfect for each other. You don't even need to look deep down. Trust me, we can do this together. I can't think about this clearly right now. We'll talk later. Lua, wait! I'm sorry you had to listen to our problems. It's alright. This coffee shop's seen all kinds of stories. Do hope yours will have a happy ending. Heh, I hope so too. Do you have any alcohol? Sadly, no. That's a bummer. Well, do you have anything that's warm and can calm me down? Do you like green tea lattes? Green tea lattes. I'll take one. So this is a green tea base. Let me just do a quick update. We got Lua. Green tea latte is just, yeah, tea, milk, milk. Green tea, milk, milk. Latte art. Alright. Do a little jagged broken heart sorts. What's the inverter do? Oh, that's changed the direction of... Change the direction of the fallback. Okay. That checks out. Here's your green tea latte. This is good. Thank you for this. By the way, are you married? Me? No. Do you have someone you love? I love this coffee shop. But I'm sure that's not the answer you're looking for. Heh. I didn't really have any expectations. Man, out of all the people in the whole world, why did I fall for her? You can't choose who you fall in love with. You can if you try hard enough. At least that's what my old man said. He really is one pretentious elf.
But I guess all of them are. Entitled, pretentious, immortal. Yeah, at least you have an eternity to learn and change. Or an eternity to be an eternal jerk. Anyway, I need to go now. Probably drink myself under until the sun rises. There's still a while until sunrise. More time for me to drink then. See you around. See you around too, Miss Freya. Thank you. Do visit again. You were listening from the corner? Yes. Poor souls. I hope they find a way to be together. I hope they find a way to be together. Me too. Alcoholic. It's an alcoholic elf. It's fine. Sure, it'll just go through his metabolism. Anyway, I need to leave. I have to get up early. Earlier than usual tomorrow. Okay. I think I'm gonna close the shop up after this. That's pretty early. I know. After the rest of the deliveries come in tomorrow, I'll open as usual. Okay. Have a good night then. You too. Russian tea. Despite the name, it is totally American drink. Looks like cinnamon lemon? Hang on. The visuals for Russian tea. Cinnamon, lemon, and tea, presumably. Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020. Zombie virus from Africa may have reached Seattle. Uh-oh. Also, you'd think a virus from Africa would more likely reach the East Coast first before the West Coast, but who knows? Seattle groceries, distribution problems, harm local restaurants. Yeah, I had a problem with that yesterday. Fire plans to enforce stricter regulations to manage illegal immigration. Yeah, let's start the day. Good evening. Good gracious. What is wrong with you? Can't you just enter like a normal customer? I'm sorry, but I'm so excited to share this with you. What are you talking about? I know what to write for my novel! Is it one of your impulsive, temporary ideas again? Hey, don't be rude. I'm being serious here. Okay, just tell me. What are you going to write about?
This coffee shop.
What?
I'm going to write stories about this coffee shop and the people who come here.
Are you for real?
Yes!
What if I say you can't do that?
I'm not asking permission.
That's like a breach of the customers' personal lives, you know?
Relax, I know that. I just need some inspiration from this place. The stories themselves will be loosely based on what I hear and see.
How loosely based?
Knife Walker, novel versus movie level loosely based.
The old one?
Of course I'm talking about the old one. That's already very different, you know. You can't get more different than that.
I mean, it's not like I can tell you not to write about the coffee shop, right?
No, you can't.
Although you can just ban me from coming. Okay, you're banned. Out of here, Freya.
What?
Just kidding, just kidding. Oh, I wouldn't do that to my loyal customer. Very funny. Thanks for not banning me, though. Anyway.
I'm really excited to see what's gonna come tonight. I wonder what kind of stories they'll have.
Or who's gonna come tonight. Not what. Hey, Georgie! Good evening, y'all.
Good evening, Officer Georgie. Hey, Pop.
Seems like you're in high spirits this evening, Miss Freya. And please, Ninja, no need to be that formal with me. We're both on duty here.
Hence the formalities.
You're as stiff as ever. Anyway, I have a shift tonight, so I'll need the usual.
It's a cop.
Yeah, but Georgie's a cool cop. Georgie brings the fun to the establishment. Like the one thing I remember from what I saw of like the first half of this game.
You have all the ingredients today.
Not everything, but more than yesterday. Except for tea. I'm out of tea. You still remember my favorite, right?
Coffee with a hint of sweetness.
You got that right. Make sure not to use milk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember. I think he's lactose intolerant. That's Bailey's. #1 pumpkin spice fan. Doesn't say on there yet.
Yeah. Thanks to your Tomo to Chill profile, everyone knows you're lactose intolerant, Georgie.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, cup, sweet, healthy coffee, please. Gonna go with coffee. We're going with honey for sweet, and let's go for more coffee. Because he said just a touch of sweet. Coffee, honey, coffee. Let's brew that up. Honey coffee. Probably would have gotten like some fancy name if it was coffee, coffee, honey, but let's just give you some honey coffee. Coffee with honey for the man on duty. Not everyone can manage this combination as well as you. Thank you. By the way, I haven't ordered anything myself. Provide me with service like you gave the old pops here, please. What are you having? You still need to ask, huh? You never know. You might do something different. Espresso, of course. The one and only espresso. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Orders up. Starless night for the green-haired fairy. I'm not even sure whether that's a compliment or not. This is perfect! So, how's everything going at the paper, Miss Freya? As usual. Awful. She's making a risky deal with her boss. Myself summary. Born, raised Seattle, lactose intolerant cop. Yeah, okay. Ooh, we got another tag for Freya. Journalist, short story writer. Gil Naiman. Yes, Gil Naiman. It's my favorite writer. Not Neil Gaiman. Ah, we got a story here by Freya. Road trip. And if a double-decker bus crashes into us, to die by your side is such a heavenly way to die. Oh, this is that song. If a 10-ton truck kills the both of us, to die by your side, well, the pleasure, the privilege is mine. Morrissey's voice blasted from the old speakers of the car. Everyone in the car was singing along. By everyone, I was talking about me and her. There were only two of us. Two of us and an almost empty highway. Do you consider dying by my side to be a heavenly way to die? She asked. After the song finished, breaking the noisy silence in the car. That depends, I answered. Depends on what? On how we die. I'm sure having a masked psychopath slowly mutilating us while we're holding hands won't be a pleasant experience. Then what kind of demise would you consider a heavenly way to die next to me? That's hard. Pretty sure I'd prefer something that's not too painful, though. So us dying of old age together would be your heavenly way for us to die? Hey, hold on. We just started official dating yesterday. Don't plan too far ahead. Ow! What was that for? Meanie! I was just joking. Besides, I'd rather think about a heavenly way to live with you right now. And have you found any answers to that? Look at me, and then close your eyes. Just do it! She closed her eyes. I leaned over, getting close to her face. Then, for a moment that felt like 100 years, we kissed. The speedometer was pointing to 100 kilometers per hour, and the highway was almost empty. Almost. Oh, that's an ominous ending. Tragic story, yeah. Freya's got a bit of the tragedy. She's making a risky deal with her boss. Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, I just blanked on the voice I was doing for Georgie. Give me a second, I'm pouring myself some more tea. There we go. That's the backup thermos emptied. What kind of deal? Possibly life-altering deal. A very dangerous one at that. Okay. A deal she regretted. Not that much. Folks, seriously. Care to share the details properly? You tell him. She's secretly using her work hours to do something else. Something like writing her own novel. You got balls, I can tell you that. She does. Gee, thank you. How's the leap of faith going so far? It's not slowing down, that's for sure. And I haven't seen any safe haystacks to fall into. Good luck with that. Don't worry, she's not losing her job. At least, not yet. Her life will be pretty hard if she messes this thing up, though. Thank you for the reminder. So yeah, as Ninja said, my editor-in-chief doesn't know about it yet, but my novel is going to be published by our parent company anyway. So technically I'm still doing work for the company. She'll be really pissed if she finds out, though. Wait, is stealing time a crime? Technically, I might have to arrest you. Hey, you do it all the time, too. Those are just coffee breaks. Sometimes they might take longer than they're meant to, but still, coffee breaks. You're making me feel worse by saying that. You should feel bad? Stop adding salt to the wound, okay? It's just a fact. I'm not sure whether this will make you feel better or not, but if your writing career goes up in flames, the police force is always looking for people with balls as big as yours. Just don't mention that you like to do other things during working hours. I want to say thanks, but I feel like I should be offended. I'm sure you'll do just fine, Miss Freya. Do you have any idea what you're going to write? I have, actually. Oh, good.
What will it be about?
What it will be about.
What it will be about.
I think the will and it should be swapped there. That's fine, though. A coffee shop. And the stories people tell inside.
You're letting her do that?
There's no stopping her. What's wrong?
Please don't write about any shady-looking police officers who love to take breaks more than they should inside the coffee shop near their post.
I will definitely write about that police officer. He'll make a good comedic character.
Was that a compliment, or are you making fun of me? Eh?
I would call that a compliment.
Is it?
I don't think so. Hey, what do you have against me tonight?
Ninja's probably worried about losing customers due to breach of privacy.
Come on, it's not like that I'll be using real names. And I'll dramatize in most things I've heard, of course.
That's even worse.
Here's the thing. The stories I've heard, they'll only be the inspiration for what I'll write. By the way, as someone stationed here, I assume you've heard a lot of stories from the people around here, right?
Nope.
Come on!
Nope. No.
You helped me once with one of the stories I wrote for the paper. The one about the secretly rich beggar hanging out around the block. I'm sure you can give me other interesting tips.
I helped you more than once, actually.
What? Really?
Now it's my turn to say, come on.
Which stories are you talking about?
You asked for information about the busker. The one who's always playing his guitar, always got a rose with him.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah, poor guy. Hearing about your girlfriend passing during an investigation is... I don't know.
It's hard. He took it quite well, to be honest.
It was hard, but at least you gave him closure. He never complained that you used his story for the paper.
I got his blessing before giving it to the editors.
Well, at least he's become more popular since the article was published. More income for someone in his line of work.
Yeah, the rose has become kind of a prop for him now. Anyway, back to the topic. Any hot tips?
Okay. Have you heard about this one girl?
Ooh, tell me.
Lately, this girl's been coming to a coffee shop in the area more than before. She's pretty weird. I don't know what her deal is. But she has bright green hair.
Oh, come on! I was so excited to hear about something real.
You think you're not real?
Wow, that went deep fast. Faster than my career going downhill. Hey, what's with the sudden mood?
Yeah, cheer up, girl.
Sorry, I'm having mood swings because of the pressure.
You'll do just fine. I mean, you're great with your short stories. By the way, why this coffee shop?
Because I spend a lot of my time here, I guess.
And then there's this couple that visited the coffee shop yesterday.
What about them?
They're going through a pretty hard time together. You know, different races, different cultures, family don't approve. When I heard their story, I kind of felt their pain. What's happening to them happens to a lot of people. It's been told in fictional forms countless times before. But it's always an interesting topic to discuss.
Yeah, I was just thinking like Romeo and Juliet. Are they regulars here? Nope. The girl visited this place before, if I'm not mistaken. She was with her coworkers or clients, helping her friend sober up, I guess.
You gave people coffee to sober up?
Of course not. Some folks request coffee, but I recommend against it. I usually end up giving them tea, hot chocolate, or just plain water.
That's nice of you. I hope they don't get pissed about the wrong order.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Good for you. Anyway, look at the time. It's time for my shift.
Oh yeah? Go on and do your job, old man. Don't forget to share anything interesting you hear with me.
Let's not make this a habit.
Can't promise you that.
Okay then. See you later, everyone.
Take care, Officer Georgie. Later. I think I need to go back to my writing. No offense, but I need to concentrate like crazy. So I'll move to my usual corner.
Good luck with the writing.
And don't forget to keep yourself hydrated.
Oh, sorry. That was me to her. And don't forget to keep yourself hydrated. Here, take this glass of water.
Oh, you're just the best, Ninja.
You're welcome.
Okay, off to the world I imagine I go.
A world of imagination. That should do for the experiment. Ah, someone's coming. Welcome, Mr. Gala. These two. What voice calls out for these two characters? I already used that for Officer Georgie. Just do strong bad. That's an idea. Alright, Ninja. Can we sit here? Sure thing, sir.
This is the place you recommend?
You don't like it here?
It's fine.
I know it's not like the coffee shops you're used to in LA, but...
Gala, it's fine.
Sorry to interrupt.
Do you want to order anything?
Yes. What do you want to drink?
You first.
Okay. Anything with coffee and ginger, please.
Okay, let's, coffee, ginger, honey. Add a little sweet to counterbalance that bitter from the coffee and ginger. Ginger honey coffee. Your order is ready, sir.
Thank you.
How about you, sir? What would you like to order? Is it good?
I like it. Not sure if it'll be to your liking, though.
Okay. I'll have whatever he's having. Coffee, ginger, honey. Here's your order. A good choice.
Anyway, how's the town treating you so far?
Same old. I was surprised seeing so many changes after just a few years, though.
Yeah, things change a lot in just 20 years.
Even this coffee shop. I believe this was a bar back then. When did you open this coffee shop? We opened about 6 months ago, mister. Hyde. My name is Hyde. From what I gathered, you're from LA, right? I am. I used to live here decades ago, though. What brings you back to Seattle? I'm here for work. I'll probably be here for a few weeks.
He travels a lot.
I see. You two have known each other a long time, I assume. You could say that.
Yeah, I think we met not so long after you got married, right? It was around the 60s, I believe.
Wow. That was a long time ago. Not for our kind. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, the peace treaty between werewolves and vampires was signed in
1865.
So, when you guys said you met in the 60s, were you talking about the 1860s?
No, we met in the 1960s.
We're old by some races' standards, but not that old.
Although it's still fair to say we haven't seen each other in a long time.
I guess 20 years is a long time. This was the place, wasn't it, where we first met?
Yeah, when it was a bar.
They moved?
Bankrupt.
Ah, such a pity.
Uh-huh.
You're happy the bar closed down? What's with the smile, if you don't mind? Heh, Nothing. I was just wondering, will history repeat itself?
I certainly hope not. I'd like to keep my place running. Also, hide supermodel. Vegan vampire. Professional model.
I've been coming to your place since the first week you opened. You've got something special here. It won't close down anytime soon.
Thank you, Mr. Gala. Speaking of, it's been quite a while since your last visit. Busy at work?
Kinda. With the news about the newfound virus going viral, the hospital's been extremely crowded.
Is the virus that dangerous?
No one is sure about that. But most people who come in are just... I don't want to use this word, but they're just paranoid.
You're still doing the same job in the same hospital?
What was it called? Oh, fun fact. This game is set in September of 2020, but it came out in January of 2020. Well before all the majority of COVID stuff happened. So it's just weird writing that they're talking about this virus. This is specifically zombie virus, though, but still. Like, what are the chances?
What was it called?
Admissions officer. And yes, I'm still a hospital admissions officer there.
They should have given you a promotion for your loyalty and long service.
They offered me a managerial position, but I declined. I prefer doing this.
Heh. To each their own. Anyway, I was wondering, do they still sell legal blood at your hospital?
They do. Although people don't need to visit the hospital directly anymore. They can just order through that Blood Marketplace app.
Are you talking about Bloodlust?
Uh-huh.
Bloodlust gets their supply from the hospital?
They can't certify blood on their own. Only hospitals and the Ministry of Health can do that. They're just middlemen with a lot of sales promos. You use it often?
Not really. I'm trying a new vegan lifestyle, remember? But I do know the founder of that startup.
Oh yeah. How's your vegan diet going?
It's not easy, but nothing I can't conquer.
Excuse me for asking. By going vegan, do you mean you don't drink blood anymore?
Not real blood. Synthetic blood.
Synthetic blood?
It'd be too complicated to explain. But basically, some scientists are working to make some kind of blood that can satisfy my kind, without relying on real blood. considering real blood has some cultural and health concerns. Does it taste the same? More or less, yeah.
Isn't it expensive?
It is. I can afford it though. But again, they're still working on it. Trying to make it more affordable for everyone. Would synthetic blood taste good if mixed with other ingredients? Why? You want to start selling blood-based drinks? You might attract new customers. And turn off others. Fair point. Honestly, I don't know if mixing it would taste good. Most vampires prefer drinking raw blood. Although some do try experimenting with other things. Other things?
Mostly booze. But I know some mix it with not so legal substances.
You know a lot.
I work in the hospital, remember?
Hey, talking about my vegan lifestyle reminded me to ask you something.
About what?
Your monthly fury. Found a less painful method to restrain yourself?
Not yet. But I do know that it's a drink.
What kind of drink?
A certain combination of ginger and caffeine.
Is that why you ordered your coffee with ginger?
Yes, I'm exploring the possibilities. But this drink wasn't the one. I guess there's too much caffeine in coffee for it to be the remedy.
Why don't you use the fury sedatives available on the market?
I don't trust them.
I'm back now. Oh, welcome back! Had to go eat. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know exactly when you left, but right now we're having a conversation with a werewolf and a vampire. And the werewolf is trying to find some drink sedative to cool. Yeah, the werewolf's trying to find some drink sedative to basically keep him calm during the full moon. And he knows it has to contain some kind of caffeine and ginger. But coffee, too much caffeine, as we found out from the drink I prepared for him today. Interesting.
Besides, that sedative is too general. Each of us has our own remedy that we need to find. And sometimes the effectiveness could change as we grow older.
How effective will this drink be?
Enough to calm me down.
Oh, and the vampire is a vegan vampire who drinks only synthetic blood.
That's all I need, to be honest.
At least your calming method is only a drink. I heard some werewolves need to do kinky stuff to soothe themselves during their fury. I like the werewolf voice.
It started as Strong Bad, but then it's like I feel like it's slowly drifting into its own little pocket nearby the voice I do for Strong Bad, and I'm not sure how I feel about it yet myself. Also, kinky werewolves.
What kind of kinky?
Like BDSM.
That only happens in porn.
Wait, what?
It's famous among our kind. You don't have to feel ashamed if you like watching that kind of thing, you know?
Hey, a friend told me about it.
Well, he was pulling your leg. I mean, having sex is a calming method. Is pretty common. But normally we stick to vanilla stuff.
Oh, no kinky werewolves.
Sorry to disappoint the lack of kink.
Come to think of it, it would be pretty brutal.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by the boodling sound, so no kink. Yeah, sorry. Only in porns.
It would be pretty brutal doing bondage stuff during the fury.
Exactly.
So, continuing with your story. How far along are you in finding the ingredients for the remedy?
So far, all I know is it involves ginger. And probably something lightly caffeinated. Like tea, maybe.
You better write that down. You know what? I will write that down. Ginger and tea. You won't want him wreaking havoc in the coffee shop.
We don't have any tea today, but the next time you're visiting,
Maybe I can try brewing the remedy for you.
no! None of that! None of that here! We like our anime wholesome. Okay, sorry. No, it's fine. It's fine. Maybe I could try brewing the remedy for you.
That would mean a lot. Excuse me for a moment. I'm sorry, I have to go now. There's an emergency at the hospital.
I think I'll go back now as well. We can share a cab.
Alright. Thank you for the drink.
I'll probably visit the coffee shop again before I go back. So I'll see you around.
Thank you for coming. Take care on your way home. Only wholesome anime in this house. Only wholesome anime and massive trauma. Wait, no. Just wholesome anime.
Hey! Are you done with writing for tonight?
Kinda.
Those two guys. Kinda reminds me of this video I saw online. I would prefer if you don't start fantasizing. It's a video of a wolf pup playing with a baby tiger. It's nice to see friendships that grow in unlikely circumstances. Oh, that video. What? What video do you think I was talking about?
The kinky werewolf videos that were mentioned? You know. Oh, never mind. You. I was just joking.
Please don't do jokes. You're really bad at it. Anyway, it was pretty interesting and productive night. But now I need to get some sleep.
Yes, please don't forget to get some rest. BDSM werewolf. Yeah.
I'll see you again tomorrow, I assume. Oh, don't worry. I will be here tomorrow. Night-night.
Be careful on your way back. Ooh, gingerbread coffee. Sweetened with brown sugar to satisfy the cookie monster. So, brown sugar, which I don't think is a cinnamon, because those look like cinnamon sticks to me. But it says brown sugar. I don't think that brown sugar is an ingredient option. Voice call after the stream. Maybe. It depends on I've got some friends who want to touch base with me after the stream, and I might go hang out with them, looking for people to talk to. We'll see when we get to after the stream how late it is and what's going on. Day 3, Thursday, September 24th. It's alright if not. Okay. At the rate I'm going, I might split Coffee Talk over the next 3 Saturdays that I have. Because these days are taking longer than I was expecting. And I know the game's only like 14 days long. But I'm on day 3 and it's already been over an hour and a half. Despite losing a member, Super Smile's latest album sold 1 million copies. Vlogging is now part of curriculum at some private high schools. Stop workplace racial profiling! The Orcish Workers Union demands. We still have brain. Peace. That's my favorite. That's my favorite protest sign. I'll just go to some rally, some protest, like Coffee Talk Saturdays. At least for the next few Saturdays, just chill out, cup of tea, serving coffee for the patrons. Just go to some protest at some point, but instead of actually bringing the sign that actually talks about the process, just like, we still have brain. Oh no! Oh no! Is that a reference to the because there's a zombie virus going on right now? Is it a zombie in the crowd? Do zombies still have brain? Oh, speaking of orcs. Welcome. I don't know what voice to give her. Let me think on that with a news story. So we did road trips, and I got death drives. Death drives, but sometimes he commutes. When that happens, you know for sure because his presence is clear all over the news, but still mostly death drives. I realized this fact after returning from a long trip to Tokyo I took recently. As usual, I drive to work every day thanks to the unreliable public transportation here. And I noticed that every day my life is always on the line. No, not on the line as in we will eventually die and we don't know when. On the line as in we are all at war with everyone else. We're in a war between pedestrians, cyclists, motorcyclists, cars, and everything else on the road. And during all of that, death is either driving or sitting in the car seat next to us. Ever since realizing this, I started to drive more carefully. I drive as if my parents are sitting next to me and telling me to drive slower, because I know death does not like reckless driving, and he's not as forgiving as my parents. I didn't buy me enough time. I haven't come up with a good voice.
Yo! A cup of honey milk, please.
Right away. Milk, honey, milk. Orc woman. Ah, yes, hang on, let me just set my vocal cords to orc woman. Question on the brew pad. I just straight up don't have any milk recipes. That says honey milk. That's what she asked for.
Your honey milk is ready.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just sitting quietly. Hi, Ninja. There seems like there's a cat. Oh my god, she got in with me! Relax, it's okay. Hey, kitty cat. What are you looking for? You want some milk? Hi, Barista. Yes, I'd love some milk. Holy! You look like you've seen a ghost. No, I mean... I'm sorry. Didn't mean to be rude. It's been a while since I last saw... The last time I saw Neko Mimi transforming. We rarely do that in public. I guess you don't have that many Neko Mimi friends? I won't say I have. You folks usually use your feline form to commute. If I'm not mistaken? That's right. Well, commuting as a cat sounds more practical than commuting as a than commuting as in a bipedal form. Kind of. Anyway, before we continue, can I have my milk, please? I'm sorry. What kind of milk do you want? Just milk. No additional stuff or anything? No, milk and nothing else. Milk, milk, milk. That's pretty simple. It's a cat girl smash? Like I said earlier, I gave you the warning. I think she's slightly underage. But otherwise, I probably have to agree with you. She'd probably be a smash. Hence the question mark. Yeah. Milk. Fresh milk for the lady with the pretty smile. Thank you. Are you hitting on an underage girl? I was just giving her a compliment. Thank you for the compliment. It's really good. You're welcome. I was a young girl like you do. Or what? I was a young girl. No. What's a young girl like you doing alone this late? I'm not a young girl. I'm a grown-up who can take care of herself. You don't look like a grown-up. What? I am 18! Yeah, that's exactly what I'd call too young. Well, I'm not an old lady like you, that's for sure. Okay, so she's 18. At least she says she's 18. It's legal! Besides, I've been earning a living since I was 13 years old. So I'm definitely not a kid anymore. How? I'm sure you know. I don't. Sign me up. Oh my, are you? Just say it. If this is something illegal, or if you're in danger, blink twice. Really? With a cute face like mine? Exactly. Seriously, you've never seen me on TV or social media? I don't want to sound like a snob, but I don't watch mainstream media. Snob? Part of the broke but woke movement, I see. You must be the broke part. I don't see you ordering any drinks. What, too broke for a cup of coffee? She's not that great for business, no. Oh, really? Sometimes I wonder, could this coffee shop survive without me? What are you waiting for, Grandma? Make your order. Is this some kind of maid cafe experiment or something? So what do you want to order? The usual. Coffee, coffee, coffee. That's her usual. Does she have OnlyFans research purposes? Your espresso is ready. Hang on, let me see. There's a profile. She does not have a Tomodachi profile, or at least not one that she's given me. But I also... Did she give her name yet? Your espresso is ready. She hasn't given her name. As good as usual. Glad you like it. Wait a minute. You do look familiar. Are you in a pop group? Are you Rachel Florencia? Florencia? The member of Super Smiles who just graduated? And started her solo career? Uh-huh. I am not a lost cause after all. Or you're not a lost cause after all, Grandma. That brings us back to my first question. What the hell are you doing here? Drinking milk. Yeah, that's what she's doing. Singer, dancer, model. And your favorite girl next door. Yeah, a little bit. I'm serious. But you can see it with your own eyes, right? I'm really here to drink milk. How come this coffee shop attracts so many weird people? Well, while we do have a lot of unusual customers, this is the first time we've had a famous celebrity visit. To drink milk, no less. Yay! Achievement unlocked! Also, I got an achievement titled Achievement Unlocked. Of the pixel art. Yeah, I like... The character design in this is interesting. There's definitely some bits of the background I like too. I'm a fan of this phone case or wallet. I'm not even sure. I want to say it's a phone case. I still want to know why she has
Roman numeral for 9 on her shoulder. And then we've got the like haircut pattern on the side of the head here. Those always look cool. And they did a good job of representing it with the art style. 9 must mean something. No, seriously. Why are you here? Well, you know, the usual folks. The usual young folks' problems. I had a fight with my father. And so I am here. Here I am. Ah, I see. But is it okay for a celebrity like you to be out alone this late? You don't need to worry about me. I can turn into a cat. Now I'm really worried. Anyway, what happened? My dad. We got into an argument. He doesn't like my line of work. He always saw my profession as something negative. But I love what I'm doing. What about your mother? What are her thoughts on your career choice? She passed away a few years ago. I'm sorry to hear that. It's all right. Your dad know anything about the entertainment industry? He used to work in Shoppies decades ago. So yeah, he does know a thing or two. Gonna run out of room at the bar here. Good evening, Ninja. Good evening, girls I've never met before. I just saw you yesterday. Just kidding, Freya. Anyway, Ninja. Yes, officer? I need something for my sore throat. Can you get a brother a cup of green tea with lemon and honey? You got green tea with honey and lemon. Georgie is awesome. Yeah, see? I told you Georgie's awesome. First reaction was that he's a cop. Second reaction is that he's literally the best character in this game. Honey lemon green tea. Your green tea is ready. Cat Girl's number 1, Georgie's number 2. Okay, fair. Fair. Oh no, Georgie! Did you actually want it specifically in that order? The order of ingredients matters. The ingredients are correct, but there's just something off. Pardon me. Next time, try switching the ingredients. Understood. How's your day going? Anything out of the ordinary on your patrol? Yeah. Anything interesting today? Actually, I witnessed something scary on my shift today.
Tell me, tell me.
You sure you want to hear it?
Yes.
Scary thing I witnessed was my salary.
Seriously?
Yeah, today is payday. I checked the ATM during my shift. Such a horrible sight. Other than that, and the labor union protest, everything's fine though.
How can you say it's fine? We got a young celebrity lurking around by herself.
Ain't that strong proof that the area is safe? Hey. Thank you for the drink and the place to sit. I'm going back now.
Oh, thank you for coming. Hope you enjoyed your time.
Uh-huh.
Nork, a few words. Came, had a drink, left. Didn't really say much.
Who the hell was that? She just sat there and read.
I'm pretty sure that's... I'm sure that's pretty normal in a coffee shop. I mean, you always do that when you're here writing.
I guess you're right.
Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes. What are you doing here, young lady? It's pretty late, you know.
I don't have anywhere else to go. This place looked cozy.
I see. So you basically wanted to go to a bar, but you're underage, right?
How did you know? You can read minds now, old man.
I have a daughter around her age. It's easy to translate what they say. Especially when you have to deal with them every day. I don't know why you're here, but everything's gonna be okay. You can forget all your problems while you're here.
Dude, you're a cop. It's not his job to take care of someone else's daughter. He is a cop. This is exactly his job.
Relax, Freya. Don't be so uptight.
Yeah. Mr. Policeman, here, made me feel much safer already.
You know it yourself, Freya. This place is very safe. Right, Officer Georgie?
Of course, this is the safest place around here. Hey, that endorsement comes with a discount, right? What? Don't look at me that way. You're a cop, old man. Act like one. I deal with crimes and public safety. How should I know how to handle someone else's daughter? You should know. You are a father yourself. Oh, right.
Guys, you know I can hear you, right?
Really? See, Freya? She has good hearing. That should help her protect herself. Anyway, Miss
Rachel,
Rachel, what brings you here?
as I've told the others, I had a fight with my dad. Why are you laughing?
Me and my daughter fight every day.
Hey, why would you say that?
Because it's true. I fought a lot with my kids. That's normal. In fact, whenever we finish arguing about something, we become closer as a family.
Huh?
Because when things have calmed down, I learned something about them. And they learned something about me as well. As long as we don't leave things unresolved, an argument makes things better.
But it happens so often. Tonight was just one amongst countless others. He wasn't like this before it happened. You mean before your solo career?
Georgie's a good father. Yeah, Georgie, good cop, good father, just general good guy.
No, before Mom passed away.
What happens after each fight?
Nothing. We just don't talk about it until another fight starts.
Unresolved problems are dangerous. It ain't easy. But you gotta understand each other better. And as much as I hate to admit it, conflict is always the best way to know someone, even your own blood.
But it was never this bad when Mom was around. She's the only one who understood me.
And she also understood your father. Maybe he and your mom also had arguments. But your mom acted as a mediator between the two of you.
That's possible. Now that Mom's gone, I don't have anyone to act as my guardian.
And your dad, he lost his best negotiator. Wait a second. You said this has happened a lot. But why did you run this time? My daughter never ran away. Wait. Maybe it's because I'm the one who's always run away. Using my job as an excuse.
I can confirm that. What kind of accent is Rachel's voice? It's supposed to be like French, like petite French girl type sound is what I was going for. French, I like it. Okay. Yeah, I saw the like beret, and my brain immediately was like, ah yes, use the petite French girl voice. I can confirm that.
Yeah, I run here a lot. But yeah, I hate to tell you again.
Hate to tell you again.
You both gotta resolve your issues.
Beret equals French. Yeah.
Unresolved problems are dangerous. In any relationship.
I kinda understand what you're going through, Rachel. I also ran away when I was younger.
Are you on good terms with your parents now?
I am.
When and how did it happen?
To be honest, I'm not even sure myself. It just happened.
Maybe I should run even further. I mean, I have my own income. I don't need to rely on my dad.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
Why? I'm an adult.
No adult would ever say, I'm an adult.
Just give yourself time to think, Miss Rachel. And try to understand your father's perspective. I'm sure both of you will be able to solve this, like adults. You don't need to rush to a decision.
I'm not sure about that.
Just take your time. But now I would recommend you just go home. It's really late. I need to go home as well. I can give you a ride.
But
You don't need to talk to your father right away. Just go straight to your room. At least knowing you're safe at home will give him some peace. That will allow him to think more clearly about everything.
you're right.
You really are a cop, Georgie.
Of course I am. So where do you live, Miss Rachel?
In the western part of Neko Town.
Neko Town?
Oh.
Where? Yeah, you know Neko Town. Don't you just hang out at that part of town? It's a whole district.
That's, quite far.
You're still going to drive me home, right?
Old man.
Of course I will. Should I drive you home too, Miss Freya?
No, you don't have to. I'm riding my bike.
You sure?
100%. Sure. I love cat girls, so I'd love it there. Well, I'm sure you would love a place called Neko Town.
Okay, we'll be off then.
Thank you, Ninja and Freya.
Take care on your way home.
See you around, Ninja.
Neko Town seems cool. And there they went. Yes. You can stay longer if you want.
Nah, it's fine.
I also have to call it a day. How's the writing, by the way?
It's getting there.
That's nice to hear.
I'm juggling a lot of work, though. Barely made my deadlines. I don't know if I can keep this up.
Why don't you just come clean? Tell your boss about the publishing offer. Who knows, maybe she'll understand.
Yeah, right. Great job, Freya. Here, take some money. Go on a vacation and finish your novel. In your dreams. Not exactly Employee of the Month.
You never know.
You never know, I might end up on the chopping block. Oh, the pressure. I'm sure about one thing, though. This coffee shop has a lot of stories to tell. So yeah, I'll probably be back tomorrow.
Door's always open for you.
I bet it is. Okay then, take care.
Be careful on your way home. Milky Way, sweet and cool like outer space. That looks like mint. my best guess is milk and honey, but I think that's more me remembering more so than actually thinking of it from the visuals of the drink. Although that does look like milk and a mint leaf, and that drizzle could be literally anything. Coffee pixel art is great. Yeah, I really I appreciate that they have the whole latte art thing. That's a cool feature that they didn't really need, but it adds so much flavor to the game. Day 4. Friday, September 25th. Werewolf activist imprisoned for owning illegal fury sedative. Okay, so there are illegal fury sedatives. That's interesting to note. The Orcish Worker Union in talks with the government over their pleas. And rap group Street Orchestra questioned over their pro-eco-terrorism lyrics. Pro-eco-terrorism. Good evening, Mr. Hyde. Evening. Are you by yourself tonight, sir? Gala is coming. After his shift. It's pretty empty here. You're our first customer tonight. Heh. Is something wrong? Nothing. It's just a bit strange that you say our. When obviously there is only you here. Oh. On that note, let's take a moment. Ooh, we got full stats with Georgie. Favorite things. Movies, Police University. That's probably Police Academy. Cop Story and Robert Cop. That's Robot Cop, Police Academy, and what's Cop Story? I don't know. Father of 3 beautiful girls. So he's not only a father, he's a father of 3 girls. This is the one story that got read on on the last stream of this that I watched. Someone else playing at the first couple of days. Alright, Freya. Let's read French Kissing a Cat. So what's the craziest thing you've ever done in your life? Asked her dating app partner. Pretty bold question to ask on your first date. Akari thought to herself, and in the first hour as well. Are you sure you want to know the answer? She asked. Definitely. I think it's the best icebreaker question, and it's also a good indicator. Good indicator of what? For how compatible we are, and... Well, you know, I don't mean to offend you, but just in case your answer is I cut someone into 12 parts, or I strangled my Tinder date till he died, It's an indicator that I will immediately run away.
Fair enough. Akari's interest in the guy increased. Maybe, just maybe, he could handle her story.
So what, do you want me to go first? He asked.
I'll go first, although it's more like a crazy hobby of mine, not something I did just once, so I could tell the story for the rest of my life.
Color me interested.
So I love to kiss cats.
That doesn't sound too crazy.
I'm talking about lip-to-lip kissing, especially French. I love French kissing a cat.
What? Her date responded, without hiding his surprise.
You never tried it? If you feel uncomfortable with kissing a male cat, you can always try doing it with a female one.
Are you telling me you've kissed a female cat before?
Both male and female. I'm pretty flexible.
I don't know who that is. And I don't know if I want to know. He didn't say anything, which was unsurprising, considering such secrets weren't usually revealed on a first date, or ever for many people.
It's not that bad, you know. Here, let me tell you about my first time I French kissed a cat.
French kissed my cat.
I was around 14, an age where most people feel curious about many things, especially sexual stuff. But I had no boyfriend, so I couldn't just ask someone to help me practice kissing. But I did have my biggest love at the time. Her name was Oren, and she was a beautiful orange cat with a gorgeous pair of shiny orange eyes. Her date still hadn't responded, so Akari continued. Seeing her beautiful eyes, I got an idea. I decided to borrow my mother's red lipstick and paint my lips red. It was a mess, but I was pretty satisfied with the results. I picked her up, as usual, and without her knowing, I quickly put my lips on hers. Of course, she clawed her way out of my grip, but just in that quick moment, I felt something weird. It's the same feeling you have when you ride the merry-go-round for the first time. No, roller coaster would be a better comparison. After that, I started honing my skills, and now even stray cats don't mind me kissing them. To her surprise, Akari noticed that her date hadn't left her alone in the cafe, unlike previous dates, who she'd told her story to.
Are you crazy? The man asked her, with his eyebrows halfway to his hairline.
Well, you did ask what the craziest thing I've ever done. Why? You're not interested in kissing cats even after listening to my story?
God, no! I'm a dog person, for God's sake! I like the ending. It's a good twist on expectations. Oh. Don't. Yeah, that's fair. I won't look up who the person was that you said. I guess it's just me. But when I'm working, I always put myself as the barista and the coffee shop.
I see. Anyway, I need to order something.
What do you want to drink tonight?
Do you have any blood?
Sorry, sir, but we don't?
Come on, did you think I was serious?
Oh. Nah.
Give me ginger tea. Make something ginger green tea. Make sure it's very warm and bitter. Green tea, ginger, ginger. Yeah, it's very warm and very bitter. Double ginger on the green tea. I'm a dog person leaves much to the imagination. It certainly does. It certainly does. Your drink is ready. Let's see. Good. Glad you liked it. By the way, if you don't mind my asking, ask away. You said you're here for work? Yes. For a couple of weeks. You're not in the medical industry like Mr. Gala, are you? Hell no. I could never imagine myself doing something so... what is the word? Something as honorable as that. Then are you dealing with something I shouldn't ask about? I'm not a criminal. In case that's what you had in mind. I mean, it's not an evil job per se, but definitely not as honorable as working in a hospital. Then what is it? Guess. You travel a lot, more or less. You befriended a startup founder, so I assume you either have your own startup or you work in some kind of investment agency? Heh. I used to, but not anymore. That startup founder, he's just a friend. Then what do? I've had many career paths in life. They got boring after a while. So right now I'm a model. I didn't expect that. But you have the look and the figure. So I guess it makes sense. Do you want to know a secret? Sure. Those ads for anti-aging skin cream products? No way. Vampire models. We are naturally good looking. Skin paler than an elf's. But we don't have those annoying pointy ears. Which makes us basically a bunch of good looking living mannequins. How better to advertise anti-aging products than with people who naturally don't age? Isn't that false advertising? Heh. Don't be naive. Truth is a matter of circumstance and perspective. Advertising is just framing the truth. I never thought about it that way. How long have you been modeling? Oh, not long. Not much more than 30 years. Wow. Good evening! Can you please be a little quieter? There's another customer here. Act like a civilized person, if you can. Oh, come on! I'm just trying to make this place a little livelier. You don't mind, right, sir? No, I don't mind. I'm pretty sure I saw you the last time I was here. You bet. You could say I'm a regular here. Hence the attitude. Hey! You look very happy. Any special occasion? Nah, nothing. This is my default state. She only has 2 states. Either extreme excitement or super depressed. Or super stressed. Stop putting me in a bad light. Anyway, what were you talking about? We were talking about Mr. Hughes' profession. And what is your profession, dear sir? I am a model. And he's been doing it for 30 years. Whoa, 30 years in modeling? That's a long time. Not for me. My current liaison in the clothing brand I work with is the daughter of the guy I worked with when I started modeling. I usually work until it's the grandchild. That's really cool. I'm Freya, by the way. Nice to meet you, Freya. How's the writing so far? It's okay. But I'm stuck and in need of a warm drink. So brew me something, please. Coffee? Nah. I need to take it slow tonight. Make me something warm and sweet without coffee. That gets more warm, but not more sweet. Reset. That's just warm and bitter. That at least has some cool. Let's do tea. Hang on. No, that doesn't have any warm, and that doesn't have. No, that actually gets some warm. It's just milk. No, let's stick to the tea, honey. Honey tea. Warm, sweet drink ready. Nice. Perfect drink to end a day. I'm glad you liked it. So, you're a writer? Still seeking the truth and purpose of life. Wait. Was there more? Oh, Freya's got the last tag opened. Coffee. In case you didn't get it the first time, big fan of those writers. Okay. What I'm doing with my life. Working as a journalist. It's the best way to learn how to write better. Fair. Yeah, I work for the Evening Whispers. But I'm also working on my own novel right now. Sounds interesting. What kind of novel are you writing? It's complicated. You should wait until she finishes it. Yeah, no spoilers. That's if she ever manages to finish it. Yeah, that too. What's the genre? Slice of life. So not fantasy or sci-fi? I'm still not sure. Probably it'll be normal slice of life. You'll have tough competition. You're not wrong. I'll probably put some surreal elements in there. Maybe I'll set it in a world where only humans exist. Heh. Sounds a bit racist. That's the twist. This isn't about racial supremacy. I imagine even in a world where only one race exists, problems will still appear anyway. And then all the characters turn and look at the camera. Discrimination and racism will still happen. How can they be racist without the other races? Difference in language, nationality, ideology, or even skin color. When everything's the same, the smallest differences will stand out. Perhaps it's diversity that can teach us to look past the differences. The bottom line is, we'll always find a way to hate each other. I assure you of that. That doesn't really sound all that funny. Hey, it's fantasy. That's what fiction's for anyway. Painting the what-ifs. Okay. Would you care to explain the what-ifs behind French kissing a cat? That's actually pretty interesting. I'll buy your book when it comes out. And I'll fly back here to have it signed. Aw, thank you! That story needs context. Yeah, especially since we literally had the cat girl that just wandered in yesterday, and then suddenly this morning we wake up to a story about French kissing cats. I want to know what's going on with Freya. Hi everyone. Good evening, Miss Lua. Hi there. How's it going? Great, thanks. Lua, please meet Hyde. Nice to meet you, Mr. Hyde. And Hyde, please meet Lua. Hi. Are you by yourself? Yeah, just finished a meeting. I need an escape from my co-workers. So I decided to come here instead. Is Bailey's coming? Oh, he's not. He's a freelancer, remember? He's free to do whatever he wants. Is everything okay? To be honest, we haven't talked much since the other day. Freya had a fantasy. Oh. We shall fix that with a warm drink then. Good idea. I'm in the mood for a green tea latte. Green tea latte? Is there a problem? No, it's nothing. Sorry. Then a cup of green tea latte, please. Yeah, it's only literally what he ordered right after you left. Green tea, milk. Latte art.
Your green tea latte is ready.
Thank you. I don't know why, but I was suddenly longing for a green tea latte. Like this drink feels really heartwarming.
Call me pretentious, but I think drinks have the power to connect people's hearts. That's surprisingly deep for a cup of tea.
By the way, about Bailey's. Has he visited this place again? After our last meeting?
Not that I know of. He hasn't.
Oh, I should apologize for the commotion we caused.
Please, don't worry about that. Who is this Bailey's person you keep mentioning?
Bailey's is... or was... I don't know. My boyfriend? We had a little fight a few days ago.
About what?
Hey, is it okay for him to just ask her like that?
You tell me.
Dude, I'm just a customer. You're the owner of this place. It's an old problem. I'm a succubus and he's an elf.
Yeah. The usual racial problems, then?
Show some manners, old man.
What? I'm just following up on the question you started.
It's all right. Bailey's and I have different views on the importance of family. My family is pretty close, and usually they're supportive. But when it comes to dating an elf, they fear that I'll be treated like a peasant. Bailey's, on the other hand, he comes from a well-respected elven family. They can be cagey at times, I get it. But for whatever reason, he took his family for granted. It's not surprising that his family would disagree with our relationship.
You don't sound like most succubi I know. How's your boyfriend dealing with this?
He said we should just keep going. Just the same as we've been for the last 10 years.
So, you've been together for 10 years as a couple, and he's suggesting that both of you should just go on as usual? I mean, your relationship is past 10 years. That was without familial approval, right?
Well, yes. But I want our relationship to move forward. I want a family.
Did he disagree with the idea of marrying you?
No, quite the opposite. He wanted to marry me.
What's the problem then?
It's not that simple.
His family will disown him?
Oh.
Shifting my mouse up to that corner and accidentally clicking something.
Yes.
He wants to marry you, even if he has to leave his family?
Yes.
Problem solved then. Why do you have to care so much about what his or your family thinks? Just marry him, make a family of your own.
It's not that simple. I don't want to be held responsible if he regrets his decision one day. Abandoning one's family is not a solution. What if marrying me is a mistake? What if he regrets leaving his family? I can't take that kind of responsibility. I can't let him make that sacrifice. Lua, did you ever think about the risks when you started dating him? Yes, no, maybe a little bit. We didn't think it would get this far. Heh. From what I can see, you're the problem here. You're pretty greedy for wanting it all. Him, family approval. If you're asking for racial reconciliation, might as well ask for world peace. Old man, stop talking. Lua, if I may ask, do you want to marry Bailey's? I love him, of course I do. Even so, I can't let him leave his family for me. It would be too selfish. Because I can't do the same for him. I love my family so much, no matter how messy they are. Well, that's difficult. So you're forcing your boyfriend to have the same life as you have. That blood is thicker than water mentality won't work here. Not every family is worth fighting for, you know. Some are. Not his. Have you ever met Bailey's family? No, they've always rejected the idea. Did he try introducing you to them? He did. You can't have it all, lady. This is not a fairy tale. This is not a story where some fairy godmother will suddenly appear and grant your wishes. This is how things go in real life. You have to take chances and make sacrifices. And you choose which one is the best for you. Pretty simple. I'm sorry. I have to leave. I hate to be the girl who always runs away. But thank you for the advice. Take care on your way out, Miss Lua. I will. Bye! Jingle, jingle. You were super harsh, old man. Heh. But you agree with me, don't you? Well... You don't have to say it so harshly, you know. What are you doing here by yourself, anyway? Trying to pick a fight with everyone? I was waiting for a friend. Oh, there he is.
Good evening, everyone.
Whoa. Hey, Gala.
How are you doing, Freya?
I'm fine. But your friend here is one hell of a troublemaker.
What did you do this time, Hyde?
Stated facts. Harshly. To someone that needed it. But not the way you said it.
Let me order a drink first. Then you folks tell me about what happened.
What are you having this evening, sir?
Do you remember my fury remedy? I mentioned it a couple of days ago.
The one with ginger and caffeine?
Yes. Can you help me try to figure out what it is?
Sure. Should I try mixing the ginger with tea?
Yes. Tea, ginger. And I'm still not sure what the last one might be.
Okay, I'll try experimenting with it.
You'll know when you get it right.
So we've got tea, ginger, and let's try honey. Get a little sweet in there to go with the warm, bitter, cool.
Ginger honey tea. No, let's try it. Let me start over. Tea, honey ginger. Let's switch the two. Honey ginger tea. I'm looking for something with a name, I'm sure. Tea. Lemon ginger? Is there does it give a name for the other way? Tea ginger lemon. Well, that's maxed out the bitterness right there. Tea. Milk and ginger. Let's do that, and let's just give it to him. Galahad? Well, I got one with a name. What's that? Tea, milk, ginger is Galahad? Let's try this one. Oh, also. Oh, his name is literally Gala. I think I found the right drink. Honestly, Lua probably should have had the French accent with the myself summary being what is that? I think that's French. Looks French. Lover of the bright moonlight, believer in life without a fight, big fan of art and poetry. Wait. Oh, and the brew pad's like, okay, here's a new drink, Galahad. Ginger chai latte, good to calm, yet warm your nerves. Let's try this one.
Thank you, Ninja. This might be it.
Are you sure?
I'm not 100% sure, but please make a note of it in case of an emergency.
Will do.
Okay, now I'm ready for the story. So tell me what happened.
She's a better storyteller than me. Alright, so there's this girl. And that's about it.
Hide, oh hide. You never change, do you?
Oh, both of you are going to judge me for being honest now. Dude, honesty is good and all, but, you know, try not to be a jerk.
Listen to her, Hyde. She's got a good point.
Ugh. Not you too.
I was a bit surprised, though. Usually you don't bother with this kind of thing. I've never seen you actively avoid... I've seen you actively avoid it.
Yeah. You do know me.
We've been friends for years.
Yeah, of course. I don't know why I got involved in the discussion. I guess the vibe of this place has seeped into me.
I understand. This place does have that special magic.
Let Hyde cook. Hold up, let him cook.
Not exactly a good magic, judging from the reaction I received today. You may be right.
Yep.
There are better ways to say what you have in mind. Anyway, I've got to go.
So soon.
It's past midnight. I need to get some sleep.
Take care on your way, Freya.
Sleep tight. See you guys. Why are you staring at me like that?
Nothing. What did you want to talk about when you told me to meet me here? Or to meet you here?
I was just bored. And that's the surest way to make you come out.
Seriously?
I thought the story from Freya was enough to fill your daily dose of interaction.
Well, it was. Something indeed.
3 hour stream. Yeah. I usually try to go for about 3 hours. I might push it today just to get 5 days in, since I know that the whole game is 14 days. That way I can do 5 days, 5 days, 4 days. Yeah, it won't be going that much longer. Probably like another half hour if I do run for the 5th day. And I know Soup doesn't usually start for like another hour.
You said something about being my friend for years.
Yes? Why?
Do you ever wonder what we'd be like if we hadn't met?
What do you mean?
Hey, welcome back, Sage. Food shopping took forever. You know, sometimes it does.
Forget it. It's late anyway. I need to get back.
Huh?
Alright, Ninja, thanks for the evening. The pleasure was mine. Bye.
What was that?
You know him better than I do, Mr. Gala. The voice is perfecto. Oh, did you not? Did you know? Were you not here for the voices? I didn't know how long you'd been gone for.
You know him better than I do, Mr. Gala. Care for another drink to end the day?
Heh. Sure.
Ooh, cappuccino. Italian delight. Looks like just milk and coffee, probably. Probably would help if I actually knew the voices. I had to leave my computer like the second it started because so you've been gone for the whole 3 hours. Cool. I'm glad that you like the voices though. I love doing voices. I'm basically out of drink to keep myself from drying out in the throat, but let's do one more day since you just got back, and I wanted to do 5 days anyway. Responsibilities. All right. Opinion: who watches The Watchmen in Seattle? Cats are the best creatures on Earth. Research has proven. Oh no! I've been here for most of the stream. I greatly appreciate Dylan. I just want to go out there and say thank you for being here for pretty much most of the stream. I was about to say it's pretty much the whole stream. You did have to go for a brief time in the middle, but you've been here, you've been chatting. It's been great. Cats are the best creatures on Earth. Look, normally I'd be happy to hear cats are the best creatures on Earth. Finally, my people get the respect they deserve. But that news article following directly after French kissing a cat from yesterday's articles that we were reading start to wonder, what kind of research did you do into that? It's the questions we have to ask. You read French kissing a cat. Yeah, that was yesterday's story. I've been reading the stories every day as they show up. The day before French kissing a cat, we had the cat girl that followed Freya into the cafe, and then suddenly we have French kissing a cat as the story for the next day. And then the news the following day after French kissing a cat is that cats are the best creatures on Earth. So I'm putting the puzzle pieces together. Also, I didn't even read the main title. Atlantic countries plead for landfolk to send help instead of trash. So is this a silhouette of an Atlantean? Because my first thought with the silhouette was orc, actually. Cat girl mom. No. Oh. Anyway. Who's our first customer today? Welcome. Oh. Welcome? One moment, spaceman. I want to read today's story. Swipe right to outer space. Okay. Have you met Aqua yet? No. Oh, right. Yes, Aqua. I remember Aqua, the fish. Yes. We have not met Aqua yet. And this is also the first Space Tinder. This is also the first appearance of Spaceman. Hello there. I am a female alien. That's what you call us, right? From a planet located in a galaxy the humans call Andromeda. I'm here to make sure my kind can survive longer and spread further across the universe. That's what was written on her dating app profile. As a sci-fi nerd, I didn't need to think much about swiping right, even though the pictures she was using for her profile were just cosplay silhouettes and weird artsy spaceship-like photos. And here she is now, sipping her cup of Papu Wamena, looking exactly like the dream girl I've always fantasized about. Dark, bobbed hair, thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, and a never-ending smile directed right at me. So yeah, I came to this place like 168 hours ago. There were 12 of us, and I'm the lucky one, being located in a place with such fantastic drinks, she says. After some time spent explaining about her task as an alien. I love sci-fi, but this might be too much. She hasn't said anything about her job, where she was really born, or any other normal stuff. Maybe she's just crazy. That must be it. No way such a perfect-looking girl could be perfect on the inside, too, I say to myself. So, what's your plan? Are you going to release this story as a novel, comic, game, or movie? I ask her. What story? The story you've been telling me? It sounds like it could be really popular if you adapted it to the right medium. Well, I've been telling the story through social media and dating apps. That's not enough. If it could be adapted to some sort of mainstream media, you could be rich, you know. You could be famous. Famous. Does that mean more of your people would know about my people and our mission? Definitely. And with exposure like that, it means it should be easier for me to meet humans with high-quality seeds. Yeah, I guess. Okay, then. Where should I start? Suddenly, my phone starts ringing. It's my best friend. Pardon me for a minute. I need to get this, I say to her as I answer the call. Yo, dude! Who the hell is that chick you're with? She's freaking gorgeous, man! My friend's excited voice meets my ear, an overly loud whisper I'm immediately suspicious of. What? Are you at our usual coffee shop? Yeah, bro! I'm lining up at the counter. Do you see me? Autistic spaceman. Oh, yep, there you are. You lucky. Where did you meet that beauty? Man, I always love it when they grow their hair super long and then color it like that. Huh? What do you mean? The chick, bro. Sat right in front of you.
She looks just like my ideal girl. Long hair, all rainbow colored. Like that, big eyes and those cheekbones.
I put down my phone and stare at the round-cheeked girl in front of me, with a strange mix of emotions. Why are you looking at me like that? She asks. You really are an alien. Yeah. That's what I've been telling you this whole time. Finally. That was my task all along, so my place or yours. And please, no protection. No, I actually, I don't. Never have. Don't plan on it. But it's simpler to say that I don't swear. Because in actuality, I have a list of taboos that I adhere myself to. Sort of like, monks and paladins with their, like, codes that they stick to. And mine includes a number of words, most of the swears included. I didn't queue up like a text-to-speech bot to, I swear a lot. Yeah, fair? I could never not swear. Yeah, and something that's really important to me. By all means, go all out. It kind of bugs me a little bit if someone like learns that I don't swear, and so then they start censoring themselves around me. Because I don't want to impose that on someone else. Just because I don't swear doesn't mean that you can't swear like a sailor if you want. Oh, you got to go? Alright. Thank you for sticking around for so long. We're just gonna finish this day. And then call it a stream. Those Skyrim mods deserve the cursing. Yeah. You were struggling with those mods for hours. Anyway, take care, Dylan. Welcome? Hello there. Good evening. Good evening. Sir? Ah, the usual Earthling linguistic program, or problem. We will never get used to it. Is it okay if I call you sir? Definitely. You can call us whatever you like. We do not mind a bit. Do you want to order anything, sir? Oh, yes, we have to communicate our order. Please, pardon us. What do you recommend? We will not be able to taste the difference anyway. What do you mean? It is all right. Forget it. What is the most expensive drink here? Everything's the same price in this coffee shop. Really? That is interesting. Unlike other places we have visited so far. Have you decided on what to order then? Okay, we will like to order anything.
Anything. Anything. Don't have mint yet. Milk. Yeah, let's put lemon. Let's put lemon in the milk. Make it curdle. Lemon cinnamon honey. Or lemon honey cinnamon. That's 337 537. So cinnamon honey is more warm than honey cinnamon. Bed chamber? Yeah, let's put him to sleep. Bed chamber. Yeah, I know. His drink needs mint. There was the picture of Milky Way, and the most identifiable ingredient on the loading screen between days for the Milky Way was the mint leaf that was just in the middle of the drink. I say, really want to make one. Yeah, actually, in honor of the Milky Way, I had mint tea as my first cup of tea of the 2 teacups that I had. Let's serve him the bedchamber, though. Your drink is ready, sir. I hope it's to your liking. Don't worry, it will not matter to us. Okay, let us drink this. Yes. Oh, nothing. I'm just looking on my phone. Oh wow, bedchamber. Cup for those long in a deep slumber. Yep. Yeah, it's cool. Okay. Excuse me, sir. Yes? Why did you put your finger in your drink? That's a very strange question. We are drinking it, of course. Drinking it? Yes, drinking it. Through your finger. Oh, yes, of course. We almost forgot. Earthlings use their speaking organs to drink. We use our appendages to drink. Usually a polypropylene drinking apparatus is provided for us to use. Pardon? It is what you call plastic in the shape of a long tubular stick. You mean a straw? Yes, we wonder why Earthlings rely on it so much. Mostly you can drink without it. Yet the plastic stick apparatus was provided on 87.76% of all drinking occasions we encountered.
and it has become one of the biggest single-use pollutants on your planet. Anyway, how do you drink with a straw? The same as we just did. But thanks to the plastic stick apparatus, we do not need to put our appendages into the liquid mixture you call drinks. It is very convenient. Perhaps convenience takes higher priority in Earthlings' decision-making processes. I see. I guess people won't suspect a thing if you put your hand on a straw. Affirmative. By the way, you, said you just arrived? Where'd you come from, sir? Far. It would be too complicated to tell you all the details, but we can tell you one thing. We have a mission here. A mission? Yes. What kind of mission? Question! Question! Find what the Earthlings call a female? So, the spaceman's mission, he's an alien who's here to breed. Freya wrote this morning's fictional story about an alien who comes here to breed. I think that Freya had a run-in with our little spaceman. Or possibly saw his dating profile? Fiction is always based in realism first. Yeah, but this is his first time to the cafe. It's not like she met him here, though. Because that story was written at the latest last night, before, or yesterday, before the cafe opened. So it begs the question. She's single, looking to mingle? Or just surfing dating sites for a good scoop? And then? Breed. So you came from a faraway place to find a date. Date? Our mission does not have anything to do with your understanding of time. No, I'm not talking about that kind of date. Oh, pardon us. But our mission also does not have anything to do with fruits. I wasn't talking about that kind of date either. Oh, pardon us again. Your language is extremely confusing sometimes. Don't worry about it. We also struggle with our own languages. Earthlings really need to work on their communication. There are so many ways to make communication more direct and simple. Of all the places we have been to, this place has the worst communication methods. Can't argue with that. So, how's the mission so far? Spaceman single-handedly proving English. Yes. Fair. I've seen a number of funny shorts. I know Jazz Emu has put out a couple of different funny songs
about just the ridiculousness of the English language. How's the mission so far? Not good. We are using this unique communication application. According to our data, it is the biggest source of breeding interactions on Earth, although the success rate of the breeding is not as high as the interaction. Huh? Never heard about that. Wait, are you talking about a dating app? This system used a fire symbol as their sign. You are talking about a dating app. But again, we found some contradictions in the application. What do you mean? According to our understanding of the application, it requires the person that interacts with it to swipe left or right. If you swipe left, it means you do not want to breed. If you swipe right, it means you do want to breed. And when two interactees swipe right between each other, they can commence the introduction to the breeding process. It didn't go well, I assume. Most of them started communicating with very big letters on the communication platform. And they said some words that cannot be considered proper. I don't know what to say about that. But you said most of them. Some of them actually did not get mad? Oh, some of them are laughing with text. Did you get to meet them? We set up meetings. Many of them did not appear, but some did. Yes, but we got confused with the way they communicate. No outcome from the meetings. Even though we decided to go to various recommended places according to our database. And this coffee shop happens to be one of those recommended places? Yes. Interesting. I wonder how I got recommended on dating site. Brandon, your French is just as bad, if not worse. I have definitely seen some good plays at the French language as well. Then you're here to meet someone? Yes. But she should have arrived some time ago. Maybe each Earthling also has different interpretations of time. You're right about that. Good evening, miss. Evening. Would you like to order something? Cafe latte, please. It's coffee milk. Okay. Just wanted to double check before I brew it. Oh, I should have inverted. Etch. There we go. Been a while since it had me do the latte art. People haven't really been ordering lattes. Your order is ready, miss. Thank you. How is it? Good. Glad you like it. Are you here to read again, miss? Yeah, you know the drill. Please enjoy your time. Can I help you with something?
Oh, nothing. Pardon us.
Okay.
Excuse us.
Yeah.
Are you waiting for someone?
Not this again. No, I'm not waiting for anyone.
Are you sure?
Yes. I'm sure I'm not waiting for anyone.
Because we are waiting for someone from this app. And she is an orc, just like you.
Look, here. First, I'm not the only female orc on Earth. I'm not even a pure orc.
But is your name Urukai 69?
Oh my god. Is this guy sane?
Please pardon them, miss. I don't think they're from around here. So, you have not answered our question. Are you Urukai 69?
No. My name is Myrtle, and I never use Urukai 69 anywhere. Nobody in that coffee shop is sane. Sanity's highly overrated.
Oh, you really are not her.
Of course I'm not. Seriously, men nowadays. If you're that desperate to find a date, why don't you ask your friends? Or go to the club or something.
We do not have any friends on Earth. And let me see Myrtle's profile on here. Hey! Game developer. Game programmer working on Full Metal Conflict series.
Hey, when you said he's not from around here, are you saying he's not from Earth?
Well, from what I've gathered up to now, they're not from this planet.
Man.
Pardon us for interrupting, but when you said club, which activities are you talking about? According to the search results, there are just too many clubs on Earth. Some of them look pretty interesting, like this club about space exploration. They call themselves Trekkies.
Forget everything I said. What time were you supposed to meet this female orc?
About an hour ago, according to the local time.
She's bailing on you, man.
What does that mean? It means big chance she's not coming.
I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you.
She's probably right, sir. Have you tried contacting her? We have. She read it according to the application. Did she reply? No.
Ouch. If she didn't reply, I'm 100% sure she's bailed. She's not coming.
I believe Miss Myrtle here is right. That was... We are pretty objective people, but somehow Earth's vagueness has taught us a new kind of feeling. Yeah, it's called rejection.
This has happened before?
Many times.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But it might be a sign you need to change your strategy.
Earthlings use strategies to breed.
The most complicated strategies, in fact.
Your kind never ceases to amaze us. If that's the case, then we do not need to be here anymore. You can stay if you like. Oh, that's okay. We need to report back immediately, but we will visit this place again in the future. You have a very nice place, owner. Please, just call me Ninja. Thank you for your time, Ninja. And thank you for your input also, Miss Myrtle. We will definitely study the breeding strategies of Earth.
Sure. It's called norm, by the way. The breeding norms. Although you can also use strategy as the keyword.
We will keep that in mind. Okay, then we are off. Take care on your way out.
Whoa, who the hell was that?
Oh, hi there, Freya.
What is an astronaut doing in this coffee shop?
Drinking and waiting for their friend, apparently.
What kind of friend? Laika the dog?
A date from a dating app.
I should have been here!
What did their date look like? The date didn't show up.
Ouch.
Poor astronaut. Why didn't they remove the astronaut suit first before going on a date? I mean, showing off your job is pretty common, but it doesn't have to be that literal, you know? I don't think they're an astronaut. Not in the usual sense. What do you mean? They might be an alien. Alien? Like Englishman in New York alien or alien? Alien. Outer space? Probably. Or other dimensions, I don't know.
Wow. Like, super wow. I mean, I know you get a lot of different visitors here, but wow.
Life is never boring here. That's why I'm writing about it. Oh yeah? How's it going so far? The writing? Yes, the writing. With capital T and W. It's going pretty well, actually. Nice. May I see it? What's with the like shifty eyes going on here?
What do you mean?
Can I read the draft you've written so far?
No. Please don't.
Why?
It's not good enough.
Hey, be more confident in your work. You know you're a good writer. Besides, if you're not that confident with it, maybe I can share some feedback.
You're right.
I actually have prepared a printout of the draft.
So you were planning on showing it all along.
I wasn't sure about it. It's the first presentable draft, anyway.
Come on, I know the drill. And I'm pretty familiar with your stuff.
Alright, alright. Let me get it out of my bag. Be honest with your feedback.
I will. Now, will you hand it over?
It's okay, Freya. Here it is.
Thank you. Now, let's see.
How was it? How was it?
Let me read it at my own pace, okay?
What's wrong? Is it that bad?
The main character.
Oh my... Is the character badly written?
I don't think the character suits my personality.
That's because you're not the inspiration.
Too bad. You have a prime example standing in front of you every day.
Prime example? You? You're like the most mysterious person I've ever met.
Wait, I think someone's coming.
Hey, the draft!
I'm not done yet.
Hey! It's Aqua!
Welcome. Would you like to drink here or take away, miss?
Here, please.
What would you like? Or maybe you'd like to sit down first before deciding.
I'll order right away.
No need to hurry. Take your time.
Is it okay if I order something a bit complicated?
You can order whatever you like, as long as we have the ingredients.
If that's the case, do you know masala chai?
The tea with spices?
Yes. I'd like to order a masala chai then, please.
Alright. So that's tea, cinnamon, ginger. Let's try that. If this doesn't get us masala chai, try switching the cinnamon and ginger. That did not get us masala chai. Trash it. Tea, ginger, cinnamon. Masala chai. I believe this is the drink you were talking about.
From the looks of it, I think so. Let's give it a taste.
What's the info on masala chai? Spiced tea from Southern Asia.
This...
Is it bad, miss?
Oh no! It's really good. It just brought back some memories.
I hope they're good ones.
Oh, they certainly are. They certainly are. Huh?
Where were we? The main character. The character feels
Very you. You bet. If the reader knows me, they'll notice right away. Is that okay? Sure, why not?
Sounds so narcissistic.
Don't worry about it. They won't notice it unless they know me personally. And having the main character think like me makes it easier to write.
If you say so.
Sorry. Did you say something? Yes. Sorry for interrupting. Are you a fiction writer? Yes, I am. That sounds so cool. Well, yeah, but I only write small-scale fiction. Short stories for the newspaper. Or non-fiction stories about people in this town. She's writing a novel right now, you know. In fact, I was just reading the draft for it. Hey! Wow! How many books have you written? Well, this would be my first book, if I finished it. I always wanted to be a fiction writer, but conjuring words is hard. I'm a writer. And even I can't use complex words like conjure, like you just did. A lot of people have said my vocabulary is uncommon. What do you do? What's your name again? Pardon me. My name is Aqua. Hi, Aqua. I'm Freya. And the barista here is Ninja. Greetings, Miss Aqua. Nice to meet you. So, yeah. What do you do? I'm a researcher at the university. I also make games in my free time. Hey, that's even cooler than my job, you know. Thanks. You said you can write? But, research papers... You said you can't write. But research papers need a lot of writing skills, right? Indeed. Hang on. Aqua, there we go. Research and development. 12th of January. Researcher by day, aspiring indie dev by night. But it's descriptive writing, not narrative writing. What kind of fields are you researching, by the way? I focus on computer graphics. Whoa. It involves a lot of calculations and boring stuff. Not something the media would cover, I guess. It wouldn't attract many readers. Oh my. I forgot you're a journalist. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Haha, come on. You don't have to worry so much about everything. It's alright.
Excuse me for interrupting.
Yes?
You said you're a researcher in computer graphics, right?
That's right.
Did you write a paper on the latest fluid and rendering technique for 3D environments? I believe one of the contributors is also named Aqua.
Oh my, yes, that's me. Did you read it?
I did. It was pretty important for the project we're working on.
May I ask what kind of project that is?
It's a video game series called Full Metal Conflict.
Are you kidding me? You work on FMC? Oops. I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited all of a sudden.
Don't be. It's nice when you meet someone who likes the things you work on.
I love that series so much. My name is Aqua, by the way. But you already knew that.
My name is Myrtle.
What do you do in the project?
I'm one of the technical artists.
Ah, no wonder.
Yeah, I don't want to intrude on your discussion any further. But could I ask for your business card or something? Me and my friends have something we want to discuss. We submitted queries through your department's contact form, but we haven't received any replies.
Oh, yes, that happens a lot. The form sends the queries to another department, and sometimes it takes them a bit to respond. Pardon us for that.
Of course, I should have expected that.
I don't have my card with me right now. But, we can swap email addresses if you want.
Sure.
Here's my email.
Yep, got it.
This Full Metal Conflict series you two are talking about, is it the same series that's gotten a movie adaptation soon?
Yeah, that's the one. To be honest, I hated the idea of turning the game into a movie. Nonetheless, Hollywood. They have the budget for the flashy visuals, but I doubt they'll do the series justice.
Why? Because some games tell their stories in a unique way, and some stories can only be told through this medium. Also, FMC is no exception to that.
Interesting. Do you play video games?
Well, not much. I usually play weird, obscure art games. The type of game you might see in an art gallery.
Really? That's weird.
You're not the first to say I'm weird.
It's not that. Usually people that play artsy games are gamers that got bored of the current state of video games.
That's true. But I believe art games cater to a whole different market compared to mainstream games. Hence, a lot of players are not gamers. They're more accessible to play, but harder to perceive. Understanding them requires a whole different level of many things. Sorry, I ramble on for too long. But at least that's what I think.
Good point.
Yeah, that was a really good perspective. I play those types of games thanks to people I hang out with.
Yeah, you know, you got that look of an artsy hipster, you know?
Nailed it.
So I understand my point. So you understand my point about the adaptation, right?
Kinda.
Anyway, I need to get back. I'll email you first thing tomorrow about our question.
Wait, what time is it? Oh my, I also need to go home.
We can walk to the bus stop together if you want.
I hope that doesn't bother you, Miss Myrtle.
Just Myrtle is fine. And of course it won't bother me at all. Shall we go now?
Sure. Thank you so much, Ninja. And you too, Miss Freya. Good luck with the writing. You take care on your way, okay? Will do.
See you around, folks.
Please be careful on your way back. Speaking of back, welcome back. Welcome back, Dylan. Just had to take a shower. That's fair. Honestly, I'm surprised that we haven't ended the stream at this point, but the day just hasn't ended. But I think we're coming to the end of it now. So, yes. That was a nice talk. But you haven't given me proper feedback for my draft yet. And I could see that you were reading it on and off. Well, it's kinda good. Seriously? That's it? I'm not an editor. Currently in bed now. That's fair. Probably cozy place to watch a stream. Liking the extended stream. Yeah. It's probably going to be this long again next week. Because I'm going to try and do 5 days, 5 days, 4 days. So that the final part is shorter and maybe have like a little bit more time to wrap up everything. Good chill stream highlight day. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that I'm the highlight of your day. Did you expect me to have a list of notes for you? Yes. Really? You're mysterious. That much is true. But I've been a regular here for a while. I recognize the expressions you were making as you read it. You have a lot of comments, right? I mean, I might, but I don't often critique other people's work because I'm a very harsh critic. But I'm the harshest to my own work, so try to stick out of it. Your day's been incredibly quiet, boring, so this stream relieved my boredom. Yes! I have relieved boredom! Admit it. Okay, you got me. But this won't be short. And it will be really honest, and I will be really honest about it. Anime seasonals are later. Well, the night is young. Bring it on. Okay. Let's start at the beginning. That's always a good place to start. Ow! That looks like an interesting drink. What is that? Jahe Tubruk. There's a lot of the seasonals aren't great this season. That doesn't fill me with confidence. I haven't started watching my spring anime stuff yet because I'm still in the process of trying to finish winter. So ginger, ground coffee at the bottom. So it's ginger and coffee. I don't know if that's ginger bits or lemon bits in the cup there. Simply scared of Hero Academia Season 6. And what did I pick? I'll throw the list at you at Discord. I've got it posted on Kitsu. I think it's like the most recent post on my Kitsu profile. Is the stuff that I've picked out for spring to watch. And Hero Academia, I never even got around to watching Season 5 of that yet. So I have no expectations specifically for Season 6 until after I see Season 5 and see where they take the story from the end of Season 4. Not dropping at all? Rule not to drop anything? Yeah, I respect that. I've got I do a similar thing. What I use my dropped list for is a less enthusiastic on hold, where I will get to it eventually, but I'd rather pick up some of the other things that I've put on hold first. Look later. 85 followers in 4 weeks. If I could gain 85 followers in 4 weeks, I would already have been an affiliate back in September. Anyway, let me just read today's newspaper because I think I can't save until after this. Research found that most Fury sedatives on the market are not safe. Who could have figured that? Profile Morris Lester from slum to glam. Interesting. Pajama-clad 27-year-old actually found decapitated on his own bed. Oh no! Fury sedatives are this world's birth. Okay. Aha, it is a phone case. Save game. Alright. But I think that's going to be the stream. Florida-esque headline. Florida man discovered decapitated in his own bed. Florida man. Please don't get decapitated. We'll miss you. It's always the Floridians. Yeah. Anyway. I'm gonna leave this here for now. I think I will make the next 2 wildcard streams, which will probably be next week and the week after, but if something comes up, and it'll just get bumped back. But I think I am going to make the next couple of wildcard streams playing this game, because this has been fun. It's been great. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you, Sage. Thank you, Dylan, for being here. But until next time, take care and have a good rest of your day.